Go. Okay, and then the only other thing. Hi. I forgot to find my symbols. Where are they? Did they fall? They must have fallen, huh? Oh, my symbol spell. I better stop this video and start over. No, here they are. Okay. Oops. Paper bag here. Oops. So, fix my camera lens here. Hi, guys. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's Saturday on 1:57 p.m. on a 12/27/25. It's 68 degrees out. As you can see on my clock there, Saturday, 1:57, 68 degrees, 12/27. What's up, guys? It's Skycatlive. Today I will be playing some 76, some GTA, and some X4. And I will be... oh, yeah. Connecting something. So anyways, Merry Christmas, guys. I did content on Christmas Day, but I missed the 26th yesterday, Friday, as I had the house set all day. And by the time I got home, it was like 9 o'clock, and I was like, I don't, I'm not going to fire up here and go to bed 3 hours later. So, sorry I wasn't there the day after Christmas. I don't usually take whole days off, but I mean, I got stuck house sitting like all goddamn day. So, I really don't know. With that, I will drop it off the big face. I'm just saying hello to you. And we will watch some videos and such, and but in the meantime, I'm kind of trying to figure out what's happening with GeForce Now. There's been an error joining a session. That's not too good. I had an error joining a session, did I? Is my connection bad? It doesn't look like it. No. But I mean, yeah. Although I don't know, I'm gonna try again. No, my connection is not bad. It's just something else. I don't know what it is. Some kind of VPN thing. Quit. Try again. There we are. I was like, what the hell? Yeah, like what? So anyways, going back in, we'll go to story first. Yep. And then, yep. And so today I walked for 3 miles, which is reflected on my watch here. It's been a kind of a sedentary couple of days because of the holidays, so I didn't go for 5 miles today. I just tried to do 3. And it's also a beautifully sunny day out today. I suppose I can plug my watch back in. There we go. And GeForce Now is muted, but Grand Theft Auto, I'm going to get in on game online, play GTA Online. Invite only session. The Sunset Stranger mini season, Atomic Wrangler bundle, free in-game items, step out into the vault and into the show when you opt into Bethesda emails, camp contest, kindest raiders ever known, Atomic Shop, Fallout First, free scrap kit. Let's go back to the featured. Yep. Low quality gift wrap. And I think that's everything. Yeah, that's everything. So, okay, we come in, do 76 stuff, but I don't really want to play 76 today. I will go to Starfield for the moment. I will get out my clock. And we will do a timed entry into Starfield, and I'll do more work on Starfield. I actually felt like perhaps trying to fire up this character again from my installed copy of Starfield, and let's see if we can do that, actually. I want to fire that up, and then... Okay, so...
Everything all right?
Yeah. No money in the safe. That seems odd. I guess I just didn't run Grand Theft Auto yesterday. I have lots of money for some reason. Okay, well, come out. How much money do I have? 5750. So go Dur, dur. Oops. Deposit. Okay, X4. We're stuck at a station apparently. This guy drove us into the side of a station. I forgot all about this. Maybe I can get out of this. I don't know. It seems like maybe not. We'll see. Let's go Google this problem. Maybe I'm just not knowing something that they can do. X for foundations. What can I do if stuck inside station? I should maybe ask, you try using Strigo and boost tab to wiggle out, switch to external camera, let your NPC pilot fly if you have one, use the teleport to a friendly ship, or use an external view on another station and wait for the game to unload collisions with mods or reloading as last resorts. Use an external view on another station and wait for the game to unload collisions. Okay, so let's ask the same question to the AI again. Okay, so I want to get up and I want to go watch a station in a different, totally different area. Like we'll go watch a station over here somewhere, like this Tel Talati defense platform live stream view. They say this will get me unstuck. Standing in the elevator transport room with the doors closed helps the AI go through the walls more effectively. Okay. So I could do this. Are we still stuck? Yeah, but maybe we could go. Having trouble with the mouse now for some reason. Well, we'll see. My current ship, the Mercury Vanguard. What's its orders? It's yeah, we do have stuff. Oh, wait for signal. No, I want you to go. I want you to dock. So I want an external view. This defense platform now. Live stream view. And lock this thing. And hopefully we'll get out of this eventually. This froze on the load in. No, 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 no. Okay. In some cases, place saving while pressing against a wall and then reloading will place the ship on the other side of the geometry upon loading. Why is this load taking forever? Oh, this was. Oh, this is the other version. Okay. Let's see if it can even load. Ugh. I can't move my mouse for some reason. He's still stuck, is he? The doors won't close. The doors won't close because he's glitched. Well, let's see if we can do something else. Let's remove all orders. Remove all orders and assignments, and then I want you to remove. I don't know how to get out of this situation. Damn, I'm at 42 million again, huh? Wow. Well, stop. Okay, I've got to reload, which isn't good. I hope I have one. 1220. Reload this one and see if I can get out of it. I guess I should go. No, I don't need to use the heat yet. So, what should I do? I guess I'll go to the stash house. Hopefully this save isn't too old. Or too, yeah, like, is it, yeah, like, hopefully this save gets me out of this. I don't know. I might not be able to. But I can't remove the order that the captain's currently got. Hi, kitty. Actually, I don't think this bike. This is a double thrust. Oh, yeah, maybe that is a good bike, actually. Oh, hey, kitty. Come see me? Yeah. Yeah, you can get on my lap if you want. Nice lap. There's also pad if you like. Cheese cache is nearby. Yeah, you gonna sit? You cute little kitty. Aww. What's up, furry butt? How you doing? I love you. Sorry, I gotta be with my kitty. Yes. Oh, kitty. What you want? What you want, kitty? Set her down. I will love you. Ah, kitty. Ah, kitty, your furry butt. It's in the way. Ah, kitty. Trying to play. Kitty. Oh my god, kitty. The way that you sit on me is so awkward, kitty. Just sit in my lap. My lap is a much better place. Yeah, my lap's a better place for you, kitty. Lap. Yep. Hi, I love you. Yeah, I love this kitty. Why do they constantly turn into me all the time? So annoying. Hi, kitty. Oh, yikes. Oh. Idiot. Nope. Man, this bike sucks in the snow. It can't turn at all. Playing GTA reminds me of living in Denver around this time of year. Yeah, I'm almost there. I only have 3 heavy armor. Shut up, you.
Hey, look out!
Shut up, you.
Holy shit! Kill your bitch ass. You Let's fucking go now! Hey, these fools smashed on the homie. Take
Smashing all 6 of you, bitch. 73, 27, 38. 73, 27, 38. 73, 27. 27, 37. 27, 37. What was it again? I forgot. Go back. Fucking marijuana distracted me. 73, 27, 38. 73, 27, 38. 73, 73, 37. 28? I can't remember. 73, 37, 28? Wasn't that right? Ah, son of a bitch, I forgot what it was. 73. Go back up. I can't remember. 73, 23, 38. 73, 23. Is it 23? No, it's a 7. That's why. It's 73, 27, 38. $73, 27, 38. $73. It's 27, 38. Okay. Some days it's easy, some days it's not. It's weird. Something happened to my brain. My bike's gone, damn it. Why is my car got a pop tire? I need what? He shot my tire. Damn it. Acid lab as me explore with the save contents. Sure, start an organization, sure, and then yeah, I don't care, kitty. I'll rub you if you want. Give you some nice loving. We love this kitty. Sweet kitty. Okay, Diamond Casino and Resort.
What's taking so long?
Shut up, you. I forgot. Oh no. This save was stuck in it too. Is it a better save? Damn it. Maybe I can get out of this thing if I try. No, I can't move at all. Fuck. I don't know what to do. Maybe I shouldn't play this game anymore if it's gonna fucking bork me up like this. Because, I mean, I don't know. I guess I could lose 3 days. You borked me up so goddamn bad here, you asshole. You fucked me up for like 2 days or something and a bunch of work. What? God damn it. All right, fine. Just take me back, see if this works. I'd rather go back 3 days and lose the save. I'll start keeping daily saves like I used to, because this shit sucks. Software developers always cause you to lose your work. There's no car. I guess you can only win like one car a month or something.
How can I help you? I'll be right there. Just a moment. Come back.
I won a car yesterday. That was cool. Chamois plate carrier. I have no idea what that is.
Enjoy.
Bouncy blessed. Dr. D's reigns. Lit his truck. I'm gonna go Los Santos Savior. Oops. Okay, if we go back 3 days, I could just do this save, and now I'm no longer like annoyed or like locked in. What? What? Something happened to my keyboard. It constantly happens. It's so annoying. Why? Why is that happening? Stop it. Throwing shady. Yeah, you threw some shade on me. We're at the kingdom. Man, this Starfield load did not happen, huh? Are you still downloading? Hello? Hey. Skagit? Okay. Okay, guys, I'm sorry I lost control and I've got to go be a surf slave for some baby boomer now. I apologize. Can't see it coming, never get warning, nothing at all. I'll be gone like maybe an hour or something like that, Sorry about that. I gotta go do somebody else's stuff, so here we are. I'll see you later, guys. I'll be back here in like an hour. I'm sorry, I'm gonna pause the video here and stop the stream. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna pause to eat lunch here, but I'm coming back and to do my stream. I'm gonna have some beans and some teriyaki and some grapefruit juice, and I'm gonna watch this video about Flint, Michigan. And then I would be back to do some other games and stuff. There, is that better? There, get out of that. I mean, this is 3 days back, and you're still not letting me totally control. For some reason. That's not helping. Okay, well, whatever. Just go back to display window, borderless windowed, and then unpause. My nose itches so bad for some reason.
So I did, and it harmed my kids irreparably.
At that point, I have no idea how bad it's going to get. As you can tell from my speech, my brain fog is still pretty hard.
People need to see the parallels between the ongoing Flint water crisis, Project 2025, the government now, the world as we are, and the taking away of democracy and people's voices, making these choices about us, without us, and with no concern about our health, our lives, and our futures.
You can help build the only independent news outlet, always on the ground with the people for as low as 16 cents a day.
Corporate media, they've been lying to us for years, and you go straight to the people.
Flint, Michigan.
Brooklyn, New York.
Government sending one more you to the residents of Chicago.
We need as many independent voices as possible, and that's why what you guys do is so important.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
How much are you guys still paying right now for water bills there?
Oh, my water bill, I just paid, what was it, $257. If I miss a month, they send me like a $570, $80, $90 shut-off notice every other month. So I have to pay like $250 a month. It is disgusting. And then buy my bottled water, yeah. And pay for my filters, pay for the shower head filters, which are extremely expensive and don't work on all the contaminants. So yeah, everything's coming out of my pocket, and you have to pay your water bill or else. Because again, they continue to try to put these tax liens on people's properties. This way, private investors and international investors can buy up our properties super cheap and not rent them out or sell them for affordable housing.
This is now a crisis that's the age of a fifth grader. Like, there are teenagers walking around right now that were not born when this hit your life. So you've been speaking for Flint for so long. This time, could you speak for yourself? How has this devastated your family, yourself?
I was in my 30s when the Flint water crisis started, when they switched our water. I started having rashes, hair coming out in clumps. When I was taking care of my niece, if I sat her in the tub, just red blisters all the way down. Then my son fell and broke his wrist. His bones crumbled. Lead replaces calcium in your bones. My kids have to go to physical therapy and have their joints and muscles pulled because their growth plates hardened prematurely because heavy metals get stored in them when they're young. And then I started having issues, and then cancers, and then seizures, and my kids started having memory loss, behavioral issues, immune issues. I had to start taking my children to rheumatologists and osteo specialists and therapy, psychiatrists, having to get tutors. My oldest was going into high school and he was in dual enrollment because they are so smart. Our kids are so strong and so smart. And he needed a tutor because he was failing his classes out of nowhere because he couldn't remember what he studied the night before. That's my fuel for fight.
I can't remember anything. And I think when I get really, really angry, I don't think I even know what I'm angry about.
Watching my kids struggle, Flint families, moms, grandparents, dads, we don't mess around. These are our kids, these are our futures, so we continue to fight.
But you have also been facing actual threats of violence for fighting this fight. Can you speak more to that?
Yeah, I mean, they've come to my house, they've tried to break into my house, they followed me with no license plates, like that's not obvious. I was in court a couple years ago and they put a big old brand new screw in my tire. What the Trump administration is doing, they're saying, oh, well, these activists, these women, these elderly people, these children speaking out, they're criminals. And the thing is there's this us versus them. People do not think this can happen to them. They're like, well, I paid my water bill. This couldn't happen to me. Well, I paid mine. That's why my water was on and not shut off. And that's how we got poisoned. And, oh, I wouldn't give my kids brown, chunky water. Nobody did. It was the clear water that did it.
Can I get some water?
Oh, Obama.
I really did need a glass of water. This is not a stunt.
Here's the plant.
Is your water clear? Is your water tested independently, not from the people who were responsible from it, and for all the contaminants? No. And again, this is just water, air, soil, all of it's been put up for profit for the highest bidder, and that highest bidder cares nothing about your safety. So call me what you will, fight back, pick on how I look, my appearance, pick on this, that. I don't care. What I care about is my community, my family, and yours. If you had the best, highest quality water piped to you through this, would you drink it? I've had to give up, like my concerts, my bands, I had to give up my life, and I miss it. There's so many times I've wanted to give up. I'm tired. You know, I used to be called the metal lady because that's the kind of music I'm into, but now it's because of the contaminants in our water. And my kids worry about my safety. They text me constantly. They're growing up, young men. They're my babies right now, but they worry about me. My friends worry about me. People worry I won't come back if I'm traveling to go somewhere to speak. And we've had a lot of people like Charity Hicks. She was going to speak at the UN and was hit by a car that ran up on the sidewalk and killed her right before she did, talking about the water in Michigan.
Somebody hit and run her. I forgot about that.
Safe, clean, affordable water and sanitation is a human right. It is. And they're treating it like a commodity. If you're too poor, you can't flush the toilet. But all the times I want to quit, I think about my neighbors who have had to melt snow to flush their toilets, who have had to melt snow to bathe, who have had their homes taken, had CPS threatened because they didn't have a source of running water in the home and they couldn't afford bottled water, to have their lives upended for something they didn't ask for and they didn't do. It is representative of everything we're going through as a world.
It's representative of everything we're going through.
Right now. You think it can't happen to you, but you have to wake up because it can. And then I realize...
It did. It happened to me. This system happened to me.
I feel like I'm lucky because I know that my water is
not safe.
I
feel like I walked away.
I
know that the system wasn't safe and they kept me in it since I was 17.
Like myself, other people don't. They assume it's safe. They don't know. And they're being lied to. And they're comfortable in their lives. So why would they upend that, right? We cannot be in our silos, fighting these data centers, fighting the water contamination, fighting the rolling back of all of these acts that were put into place, all so somebody can line in their pockets a few billion more. And why are their lives more important than yours? So you get up and you fight back. You fight back in your way. Because if you don't, they're going to get away with it. And you're just going to be another number that's swept under the rug. And so at least what I remind myself is, hey, I can't fix everything. I know I can't, but if I can make their lives a little harder, make their cons a little harder, make them, the slaughter of innocent people a little more difficult, give them a little headache, maybe a stomach ache.
Fuck them. Yep.
It's something at least, right?
If you could talk to the teenagers who are now born not knowing Flint crisis exists, or the people who saw the news about Flint and were passionate about it while it was part of their fashion statement and now had completely fallen off the radar about Flint, could you speak about how it is now more than ever the most important thing to care about?
What happened in Flint and what is continuing to happen in Flint with the silencing of the people is happening everywhere. They got away with it in Flint, which is why they're able to get away with it now. So we have to put a stop to this. No, Flint is not over. The pipes are not replaced. They're blending our water. Our health is getting worse. Our houses are falling apart, sinking into the ground, pipes rupturing. Talk to us. Talk to the people that are actually living in Flint.
Talk to us.
If you ask, you know, if somebody runs you over and the driver is the one that's getting asked, are you okay? Well, of course they're going to say you're fine, even if you're laying there bleeding on the ground. So when you ask the poisoners if everything's okay, of course they're going to say it's fine. So talk to the people who are actually laying on the ground. Talk to the people who are poisoned and who are living in it every day. And don't talk to the guilty parties, the responsible parties. Don't talk to people profiting off of it. And don't talk to the responsible parties and ask them if we're okay, if they've stopped poisoning us.
Yeah, if we're okay.
You know, they're obviously not going to be honest. And unfortunately, that's what the media goes off of nowadays, especially with AI and everything just picking up and throwing out there, whatever. Talk to us. We're humans, and so are you. And we have amazing insight and experience, and the fighting spirit of Flint is amazing. I mean, that is what we do. We
Denver's
do not
like this
stop
too.
fighting.
Portland.
And we can help you organize, because guess what? If it's not already happening to you, it's gonna. And it's going to go everywhere. And right now, all of the guardrails, all of the protections are getting completely gutted. So you're next.
Oh, this lady got to me. Definitely. Ew. Whoa. I don't want to go in the tunnel. Oh, come on. Why are you faster than me? We have the same fucking car. Or whatever, come on. Same classic car. I'm glad I didn't go in the tunnel. Derper, derper, der. Oh, did you all put your heads out there? I'm sorry. Oh, you out. Oh no, there's somebody right there. Is he pushing me? Might be. To watch. Oh, no, he turned away. Oh, I'm in the wrong truck. Oh, I'm in the wrong truck! Fuck. Get out of this. Odd. Did somebody just shoot me? I don't think so. But I took damage. I'm gonna put this grapefruit juice away when I get back. Grapefruit juice is good. Fuck, this took forever. Woo! Yeah, I have some chocolate around here somewhere. There it is. Chocolate. Oh, you have a piece of chocolate. Oh. Fuck is this guy? Fucking annoying. He can't shoot me if I'm underneath. Maybe I should go underneath. Ugh, get out of my fucking way. No, this was a mistake, and now he's probably come back. But he can't shoot me here. Fucking idiot. Now this guy's chasing me, I think. He got off, which is good for me, because I'm not going that way. Fucking idiot. Nope, I gotta turn around, I guess. That's okay, though. Just go, just go. Oh. Idiot. Please go. Please get in the car. I shouldn't have to beg you, piece of shit developer. Make your game better. Go. Make your game better, piece of shit developer. It's like I can't even control this piece of shit now. Fuck's your problem? At least I have cover from the air. Fuck it. Just gonna go this way. Ugh, so annoying. Yep, go, turn around. At least the jet gave up. Because they know I'll embarrass them and cost them money. I'm like almost there, and I'm gonna die right as I reach it. It's so annoying. It makes me so angry that on top of the developer causing me problems like this. I got 3.5 minutes. The players cause me problems too. It's like, I thought I went to private. I really don't remember doing public. I don't know why I'm in a fucking public match, but I made it somehow because I got out and defended myself. There's some dude coming now, and if I die right here, I'm gonna be so fucking angry. Come on now. Come on now. There we go. Nope. 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 Piece of shit developer. Get out of it. Okay, this other guy, I think he's hunting me, but I want armor so I can just leave. Okay.
You racked up some more ammunition rewards points.
I wish. Invite only, yeah. And then, good, I didn't die. But I did do inactivity on Starfield, which is annoying. Because those pieces of shit harried me for so long. Of course, as long as I suffer, you know, everything's normal. As long as I'm paying some cost, and nobody else is. It's all par for the course. Ooh.
Yet another headline from the Wall Street Journal that is bound to ruffle Trump's feathers. But before we get to his latest meltdown, I can't stop going back to this Fox News interview last year when he was asked about whether he would release the files or not, because it becomes even more damning with every rewatch.
On a flight in 1993, according to the email, there was just 3 passengers: Trump, Epstein, and what's described as a 20-year-old woman.
I'm not going to say much else than this. With each new detail we learn, do you remember this Fox News interview he gave at the end of last year? Why don't we watch it again?
So, if you were president, would you declassify, you can answer yes or no to these, would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Classify the Epstein files?
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you know, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others.
Now, you know your efforts to control the Epstein narrative are failing when the Wall Street Journal are running headlines like this and Fox News viewers starting to check out.
But you had a different view of that particular picture.
Well, I have a different view of everything everybody has said so far. So I'm so glad that both Paul and Kaylee have just hit the ball into my court when it comes to polls. 3/4 of Americans find that the economy specifically is fair or poor. There are more than half of Americans who disapprove of the president's job performance, and then hemorrhaging, not light losing, hemorrhaging independent voters, hemorrhaging youth voters, hemorrhaging Latino voters, not going to get it back by the midterms. Paul is right. In the predictors for the midterms, the Dems take the House even in the most conservative-leaning predictors and polls. Now, Dems have flipped 25 Republican-held state seats so far. Republicans have flipped 0. And then you have victories in New Jersey. You'll say, oh, that's a blue state. Well, if Virginia's a blue state, I guess Glenn Youngkin didn't get the memo on that.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Trump cannot escape the Epstein files. And it's a controversy that is becoming more and more of a headache for Donald Trump. And it's eroding the loyalty of conservative viewers who have long been his
family values,
media backbone, and helped push his narrative. For the first time in a long while, some longtime Trump backers, particularly those who subscribe to the Murdoch way of receiving news, are being inundated with headlines like this.
So in this latest group of documents, the president was named.
News are being inundated with headlines like this.
So in this latest group of documents, the president was named. It shows he flew on Jeffrey Epstein's plane at least 8 times in the 1990s, although very recently he denied that he was ever on the plane. Does this raise new questions for you?
Yes, I think that there are multiple things. The fact that he flew on those planes, the fact that he is named in multiple ways. What occurs to me in reading, just trying to go through the batch of documents that's been released, Chris, is that everybody that was in Epstein's orbit, including the president, knew what Epstein was doing. There are references by one person that we think was the former Duke of York to inappropriate guests. There is a letter from Epstein to Nasser, which I should say hasn't been confirmed, or we don't know if it's been confirmed to be from Epstein, in which he refers to Trump and his desire for young, nubile women. So everything in these files seems to indicate that, number one, Trump was deeply engaged with Epstein and that he knew what was going on. And the fact that their relationship was built, according to the New York Times report, on a desire for young women.
And when you look at the president's Christmas post, he's not taking things very well over the holiday season. On Thursday, as part of a supposed Christmas message, Trump wrote the following: "Merry Christmas to all, including the many sleazebags who loved Jeffrey Epstein, gave him bundles of money, went to his island, attended his parties, and thought he was the greatest guy on earth, only to, quote, drop him like a do when things got too hot, falsely claimed they had nothing to do with him, didn't know him,
you guys wrote each other love letters, come on now,
person, and then blame, of course, President Donald J. Trump, who was actually the only one who did drop Epstein, and long before it became fashionable to do so." And to this point, an Epstein survivor pointed out, he's projecting. You see, after ranting about Epstein, his post then turned to politics when he penned, quote, "When their names get brought out in the ongoing radical left witch hunt, in brackets plus one low-life Republican, Massey, and it is revealed that they are Democrats all, there will be a lot of explaining to do, much like there was when it was made public that the Russia hoax was a fictitious story, a total scam, nothing to do with Trump." Now, in covering this sheer insanity, it's clear that the Murdoch ran outlets, like the New York Post and Wall Street Journal, are being told to avoid the usual spin tactics. Now, I will say, is it because one of the world's most bigoted and vile oligarchs has had a change of heart in his old age? I doubt it. But I would lean more so towards the fact that even the likes of Rupert Murdoch knows that when it involves Epstein, he ain't hitching a ride with the sinking ship. Trump is woefully unpopular as it is, not to mention when you involve the Epstein files, his numbers fall off a cliff.
A new Reuters poll shows President Trump's approval rating falling to its lowest level. Now, this is apparently because of prices and the Epstein files. His approval rating sits at 39%. That is down 9 points from when he took office.
And it's interesting looking at the polls. There have been multiple polls now showing that how the American public views this issue. This is from CBS just yesterday. Should DOJ release all the information on Epstein? 89% say yes. I mean, that is, you rarely see that in polls in this era of polarized politics.
Yeah, we
And
want to
ask about
cleanse these
how do
bad
Republicans
people.
feel about this?
We want to cleanse these child molesters. We can't let that go on.
That they're satisfied with how Trump has done this well, they've handled it well. Just 50% of Republicans, 49% say they're dissatisfied. I mean, typically Trump is at 90% or so among Republicans, no matter what the issue is here, 50%.
A Reuters Ipsos survey found that a substantial 70% said they thought the Trump administration is trying to conceal who may have been involved in the disgraced financier's child sex crimes, including 62% of Republicans. And of those surveyed, 62%, including 56% of Republicans, also believe the government is hiding information about Epstein's death in a New York jail. And the more that Trump goes off on unhinged rants like this, compounded by the efforts that he went to try and persuade the likes of Lauren Boebert to vote against the full release, he's not exactly doing himself any favors here.
It is no exaggeration to say that Congresswoman Lauren Boebert's most impactful accomplishment in 5 years in Congress is the forcing of the release of the Epstein files. The House voted nearly unanimously today to do it, with fellow Republicans like Colorado's Gabe Evans taking credit for the transparency. But it was Boebert, not Evans, who stood nearly alone in her party in defying Republican leadership and President Trump to force this vote. The bill gives the Trump administration 30 days to release the case files on the infamous pedophile and political power player Jeffrey Epstein. The bill allows the Justice Department to redact identifying information about Epstein's victims, as well as information tied to ongoing investigations. Republican House leadership and President Trump had tried to block the release of the files, claiming they're a Democrat hoax, just trying to tie Trump to Epstein based on their years of personal friendship. Republican Rep. Thomas Massey of Kentucky is a sponsor of the bill, and today he gave credit to a small group of House Republicans, including Lauren Boebert, for joining Democrats to force a vote on this bill, despite the pressure from Trump and other powerful Republicans.
Let me tell you who I'm thankful to. These three brave women, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nancy Mace, and Lauren Boebert. They have been threatened. They have been intimidated. Physically, politically, it's disgusting. And not by the far left. They have been intimidated by people in our own party.
Yep.
President Trump just dropped his longtime opposition to the release of the Epstein files when it became clear that this vote was going to happen and it was going to pass. Today, Boebert echoed Trump's current claim that he did not know about Epstein's child sex crimes, referencing when Trump cut ties with Epstein for recruiting young women away from Mar-a-Lago.
President Trump has been on the right side of this all along. For Democrats who try to pair President Trump with Jeffrey Epstein, I think they're going to continue to be proven wrong. He is the man who some suspect was a whistleblower against Jeffrey Epstein. He also kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago once he learned what he was involved in.
The Senate passed this bill by unanimous consent shortly after the House approved it. President Trump has indicated he will sign it.
And it appears that his most trusted allies, they're calling it quits, trying to spin all this.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski, ad-free episodes of our podcast, and more exclusive content only available at MidasPlus.com.
The congressional order requiring the Department of Justice to release the Epstein files was billed as a victory for transparency last month when it was signed into law. Since the files started being released a day late in small increments and with heavy redactions, it's become a chaotic spectacle of incompetence, technical failure, and selective disclosure, making the most unhinged conspiracy theorists look reasonable. On Christmas Eve, it was announced that additional files had been uncovered and that it would likely take a few more weeks for the full data set to be released. The scale of the omission is staggering. To date, the Department of Justice has released just 11,034 documents. Yet, with this sudden request for delay, the department admitted that it has uncovered over 1 million additional records that still need to be reviewed. This admission is a humiliating reversal for Attorney General Pam Bondi, who in February told the public that the relevant files were sitting on her desk and ready for review. This pivot from ready to release to too much to process confirms the worst fears of transparency advocates. Simple math dictates that if 1 million documents remain hidden, the public has seen perhaps 1% of the total cache. Rather than the flood of clarity Congress demanded, we've received a muddy trickle, a disparity that critics argue amounts to a deliberate failure to comply with the law. The incompetence was absolute. Ordinary members of the public quickly discovered that some redacted text could be revealed by simply copying and pasting the document into a different format. These digital slip-ups exposed not sensitive victim data, but financial records and details that the law explicitly forbade the DOJ from hiding, proving that the censorship was often protecting reputations, not victims. Beyond the political theater, genuine scandals have emerged from the recently released files that contradict the official narrative that we've been fed. For months, administration officials like Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel insisted that there was no client list and nothing to see in the files. Patel went further, telling Congress that there's no credible information, none, that Epstein trafficked women to others. The documents prove otherwise. Buried within the release is a revelation that federal agents identified and attempted to contact 10 potential co-conspirators immediately after Epstein's 2019 arrest. While most names remain redacted, the existence of this list confirms that suspects beyond Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell have been on the FBI's radar for years. Equally damning is the revelation of catastrophic institutional failure. We now know the FBI was alerted to Epstein's abuse as far back as 1996, when Maria Farmer reported that the then 43-year-old financier had stolen nude photos of her sisters, aged just 12 and 16. The FBI report notes that Epstein was believed to have sold the pictures to potential buyers, a chilling detail that hints at the very trafficking network Patel denied existed. These revelations, importantly, shatter a lingering myth perpetuated by commentators like Megyn Kelly that Epstein was merely a playboy who took advantage of willing teenagers dazzled by his wealth and celebrity connections. The files depict a much nastier, more dangerous reality. A predator who threatened to burn down a teenage victim's house if she spoke out, and whose victims were often small children, not party girls. Then there are the bizarre anomalies that feel pulled from a tabloid fever dream. Buried in the cache was a suicide note purportedly written by Epstein to disgraced gymnastics doctor Larry Nassar, containing grotesque claims about the U.S. president. The Department of Justice has officially labeled the letter's contents unfounded and false, and there are many reasons to believe that it might be a hoax, but they released it anyway, a decision that's only fueled the very speculation they seem to want to discourage. Before we dig into that, let me tell you about this week's video sponsor, Straight Arrow News. Staying informed right now can be exhausting. Between the clickbait, the outrage, and algorithmic social media feeds, it feels like news outlets are often more interested in shouting matches than actual reporting. It's hard to know what the truth actually is. That's why I've started using Straight Arrow News. They're dedicated to delivering unbiased, straight facts without the filter or the spin. My favorite part is how they help you break the bias bubble. They don't just feed you one narrative, they let you see how every side of the political The congressional order requiring the Department
Why do you always pop the post when it's so crazy? It's like weird. You think I'm still trying to watch it or what? Okay, sorry about that, guys.
It's the truth, he meant the future, you know.
So, with regard to the current administration, what has been maybe the biggest surprise for you, or something that you just really has been put on your heart that you've learned about our president and our vice president?
Well, I have the utmost respect and admiration for our president. He has, I don't know if he even knows this, but he's given so many people hope that there's a chance to beat the bad guys and to win, and to do it with your head held high and your integrity intact. He's from Queens, New York, like me. So, but what it's shown me personally is sometimes, you know, even in the worst feeling times in your life, you think that you're never going to come back from it. But you do. And our president shows that. He's been through every single thing a person could be through publicly. Having to constantly be lied on. It's not really that funny. Until you are in that person's shoes that's being lied on, you'll never understand what it feels like. That person is a human being. They have a family who has to read those lies. And that's not, and it's just not fair. But this administration is full of people with heart and soul. And they make me proud of them. Our vice president, he makes me, well, I love both of them, but they're both powerful men, smart, strong, all of that, but both of them have a...
No, come on, let's get right to it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Nicki Minaj, Turning Point USA. She went out there. By now, you've seen it. I got a bunch of phone calls about it.
I bet.
I'm out. I'm done. That was it. That was it. Sorry, I'm gone. I'm gone. That's it. The last dance. That was the last candle on the cake for me. Sorry. Sorry, Barbs. Sorry, Nick. Don't call me. Don't text me. It is what it is. Sometimes how y'all move around out there does have an effect on how I view you, and this was one of them things. I'd be a fool to think that you didn't consider that before you did it.
I'm sure.
Which just says to me that you really don't give. I'm even more baffled. I don't even know how much of this conversation I could have. They're so anti-transgender, which is confusing to me because I've been to the Nicki concert.
Alright, so I randomly found myself on this side quest to find out who the worst YouTuber in existence is. We've already covered EDP, we've done Johnny Somali, we've done Jack Dorsey, and today we find ourselves at David Dobrik. Now, I basically figured out what all these YouTubers have in common. They will do anything for likes and views, and their grasp of human emotion is not up there with the best of them. Y'all seen that movie Nightcrawler, Jake Gyllenhaal's character? If you've seen it, you know who I'm talking about. That is who, more specifically, Jack Dorsey and David Dobrik are. If you haven't seen the movie, it's basically this guy with like an insane lack of social awareness who will film any newsworthy content, no matter how tragic and insane, just for views. No, let's talk about David Dobrik. See, David Dobrik had a problem. He would do anything for the views, and I mean anything. And people first began to understand this because of what happened to his friend named Jeff. The crazier the content, the more people will tune in. So David Dobrik decides to get a group of his friends, grab a crane, and swing his friends around the crane. David's lawyer probably said, David probably said, that's my name, don't wear it out. All right, everybody, line it up. His friends say, yeah, let's do it. Where the crane operator? David said, he's right here. David hops inside the crane. He starts swinging his friends around. He swings around one friend. The friend flies over. Boom, crashes. Everyone rushes over to the friend to see if he's okay. David said, we got that. And of course, David posts a video. Now, here's where the problems start. See, his friend flew over and fell. Us on YouTube don't know how much is fake, how much is not. Well, his friend comes out and says, oh no, this is very real. I'm in the hospital. He almost lost his eye, broke a bunch of things, had a host of injuries. But he doesn't really blame David for what happened. So everyone's like, okay, all good. The friend Jeff must have consented to this. This was probably just like some sort of freak accident, no biggie. And while of course it most definitely appeared to be a freak accident, David probably shares a little bit of blame in this, right? Well, everyone else thought so. So a deal was basically formed. Jeff, you come out, you say, oh, it was like a freak accident. Don't mention David. David, pay for my medical bills, because they're pretty expensive. David said, that sounds like something a normal, healthy adult would do. I say yes, I will help you. Everyone said, woo! David don't help him. David said, y'all not listening. I say yes. That don't mean I'm gonna do it. And now it's time for our story break with our sponsor, ExpressVPN. So first of all, what's a VPN? Well, a VPN is designed to help keep your online activity private and secure, making you a lot more anonymous. Now, as you probably guessed, ExpressVPN is one of these VPNs. And on top of encrypting your data and helping protect your information from hackers, ExpressVPN's many premium servers allow it so you get to keep your internet speeds, which for me is massively important. If I gotta give up my speeds, them hackers could have my info, they got it. But again, with ExpressVPN, you don't have to choose. Now, by far my favorite feature of ExpressVPN is it allows you to change your online location, which allows you to see content from all over the world. If you want to watch a show only shown in England, then bam, change your location to England, good to go. Now, right now, you can take advantage of ExpressVPN's Black Friday Cyber Monday offer, getting you the absolute best VPN deal you'll find all year. Use my special link in the description to get 4 extra months with the 12-month plan, or 6 extra months with a 24-month plan totally free. Just go to expressvpn.com/XEVI to get an extra 4 months or 6 months of ExpressVPN absolutely free. And now, back to our story. So David's friend Jeff comes out and says, yo, he threw me. Everyone said, what you talking about, Jeff? He said, look at that video again. Look at the dude in the swinging thing. It's David. He threw me. Everybody said, ain't no way. David said, David just didn't say anything about it. But then Jeff comes out and says, oh, and also David's not helping pay for my medical bills. This time everyone was like, David. So David had to say something. David says, this is the worst thing to ever happen to me. Jeff had the audacity to get hurt. Shout out my boy. Love, but come on, bro. And this is when David starts getting some heavy backlash. People are like, David, you know this isn't about you, right? Scratch that, don't even answer that. Let's start looking into more videos. People start going back and seeing if he has this behavior in other videos. And lo and behold, he does. And here's where it starts to get wicked. By the way, the end of Jeff's story is Jeff sued him I don't know what happened after that, but I believe David's dragging the suit out in court. Anyway, people go back to David's videos and find out he's being pretty harsh to his friend. Like weird, not understanding harsh. He keeps making fun of his friend's height, video after video. His friend's visibly uncomfortable. His friend tells him, yo, David, I don't rock with those jokes. Like, you're taking it a little too far. David says, okay. Well, you're out the group then. Gone. The black friend, ooh, you already know he about to go crazy with that when he does blackface in a few videos. David said, funny, right? His friend says, not really though. David says, well, you know what'd be even funnier? He tells that same African-American friend, all right, look, we got this girl that you're about to kiss like for the shot, but she's gonna wear like a mask. His friend said, all right, cool. And well, it turns out the person under the mask is not a girl, but a middle-aged man. David does the voice, ha, we gotcha. This is the middle-aged man. His friend goes, what? David goes, ah. You get his reaction on camera? But this joke was actually much darker than it seemed. See, that friend that we're talking about is from a place called Compton, California, which is on the rougher side as far as city goes. Now, instead of explaining the relationship between rough cities and not rocking with guys kissing guys, let me just put it to you like this. The people in Africa, his name is Seth. The people in Seth's neighborhood are not going to take too kindly to him kissing another guy. They'll never let him forget. So Seth tells David, dude, I told you about my neighborhood and all that. That's not cool. David says, but it is cool. In fact, David doubles down. He goes on a podcast and says, my favorite prank that I've ever played was making my friend Seth kiss another dude. Why? Because of the fact that people in Seth's neighborhood are not gonna take kindly to that. That's why I thought it was funny. It's like David can't help himself. He just doesn't understand. Moving on. He constantly films one of his friends, Trisha, while she's having arguments with her significant other. She's telling them a lot of times, look, you gotta stop doing that. These are like really serious arguments we're having. Of course, David says no. He thinks the more serious, the better. David wants to get closer. He films them in the shower at one point. They're like, ha, David. What are you doing? David's like, no consent to any of this. He's just going. Now, here's where it starts to get wicked. Business Insider then comes out with an article saying, oh, we're playing the David's Insane game? We got something for you. They did an investigation and they found one of David's old vlogs. It's David and a couple of his friends inviting some college girls over. Now, David's a weirdo. Chances are he got some weirdo friends. But these weirdos are being pretty inappropriate with these girls. Specifically, David's friend whose name I forgot. I'm not going to give him the respect of looking it up, so we're just going to call him Corny Guy. Specifically, Corny Guy, who just keeps pouring this girl drinks. But the girl, according to the laws of the United States of America, can't technically drink, but he keeps pouring. They keep filming. Corny Guy then takes the girl to a room with another girl, and the worst thing you can imagine happens. How do I know the worst thing you can imagine happens? Because David doesn't stop filming. They start going over to the door like, is Corny Guy doing what I think he's doing? And they make it seem like it's all good, it's all great for the camera, but in reality, the person who went inside with Corny Guy and girl with a lot of drink came out and said, something bad just happened, and I'm a witness. David and them said, we're gonna take this part out of the vlog, but there's so much evidence of the girl not being able to walk, them helping her out of the apartment, David and his friend saying, yo, we just did something wild last night. Somebody says, illegal last night. David says, yeah. And people come out and confirm the story. There's no running away from it. So David has to apologize. And his apology is, not my fault. Everybody said, no, David, try again. He said, try again. He makes another apology. He says, this is my fault because those were my friends? I was like, yeah. He's like, and I shouldn't have allowed them to do that? And he makes what people call a halfway decent apology. But in my opinion, that first apology kind of told you everything you need to know. It was enough for a good amount of people to accept his apology, but not enough to keep his empire going. People were like, nah, David, that's not it. So he stops posting on YouTube. But remember everything we talked about in this video. David and his emotional not understanding. Y'all think he hopped off YouTube and was like, let me just take a break. What I'm doing ain't right. No, that's what he wants you to think. He's on something called Snapchat. He quite literally just made a business decision. YouTube people don't like me, so let me rebrand. He goes on Snapchat and starts posting on Snapchat and making a lot of money. He basically cut his losses and decided to lay low. Now, his views on Snapchat aren't like the views that he used to get on YouTube, but it still seems he's able to sustain himself with a huge chunk of cash. But anyway, yeah, that's what David Dobrik's doing. And I have a request. I'm not really on social media like that, like I told y'all in my last video. So I missed out on a lot of these huge, insane YouTube moments. Tell me another person to cover who's an insane YouTuber and we're gonna vote like who's the worst of the worst at the very end.
All right, they are threatening Pam Bondi with prison, and they are saying that it would happen if the disclosures don't take place. So let me step back and explain what's going on here. This is not activists yelling on Twitter. This is not online outrage. This is Congress. There is a bipartisan group of lawmakers now openly discussing contempt of Congress proceedings against Attorney General Pam Bondi. Why? Because she has failed to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Trump signed it. And what that means in plain English is that, as we talked about at the top of the show, Congress passed a law saying, hey, DOJ has to release all the Epstein files, limited redactions. Bondi's DOJ ignored the spirit of the law, and they seem to have violated the letter of the law, because hundreds of pages were heavily redacted, entire documents were blacked out, at least 16 files were posted, then removed, some reinstated, some not. These aren't paperwork delays, this is deliberate non-compliance. And some lawmakers are saying that's enough. One of them is a Democratic member of the House, Ro Khanna. The other is a Republican, Thomas Massey. And they are saying we need to hold Bondi accountable through contempt of Congress. If that happens, she could face daily fines, and under inherent contempt powers, she could even be jailed until the DOJ complies with the law. That is the part that the administration doesn't want you focusing on, because contempt of Congress isn't symbolic, it is an enforcement mechanism. It's Congress saying you can't ignore the law just because the president doesn't like what you're required to do. And notice how quickly the White House shifted into deflection mode. Bondi's approval rating has collapsed. It is down 47 points in under a year. And that is precisely as the Epstein fiasco has exploded. Legal experts are describing her as a political tool of Trump, not an independent attorney general, obviously. And instead of explaining why the files vanished or why did the redactions exceed what the law allows, their response has been, bring it on if you want to go after Pam Bondi. That is an extraordinary arrogance that I hope backfires in her face. And the precedent-setting nature of this could be huge. Because on the one hand, if a president can sign a transparency law passed by the House and Senate into law, and then your attorney general ignores it, selectively redacts parts of it, quietly removes documents, and there are no consequences, it means congressional oversight and the law are meaningless, and that precedent would be important. On the other hand, if there is actually the ability to hold the attorney general accountable, to hold her in contempt, and to have consequences for that, that precedent would really matter. So a lot of this is about Epstein, and it's about the files, it's about the victims, it's about the perpetrators. That's like the primary thing. This is a second layer, could be a higher or lower layer, depending on how you sort of conceive of it, that is not directly about Epstein. It's just like, is the executive branch above the law? And I hate to say it, in a lot
They
of
are,
ways, Donald
yes.
Trump's executive
Absolutely.
branch has
Is
been above the law.
Yep.
They have operated as such, and they have gotten away with a lot of it. And so you've got a couple of lawmakers, a Democrat, a Republican, saying you've got to comply or you've got to face consequences, and those consequences may include jail. Boy, would I love to see that, if appropriate, right? We don't just lock people up for no reason. It would be, if indeed Pam Bondi is involved in contempt of Congress, I would love to see accountability there. Now, on the bonus show today, we are going to talk about the humiliatingly short-lived gubernatorial candidacy of Elise Stefanik, who has not only said, all right, I'm not even running for governor anymore, she said, I'm also not going to be running for re-election in the House of Representatives, and it has to do with Trump abandoning her. Republican Mitt Romney calls for higher taxes on the wealthy, and we will talk about why Denmark is very upset with Donald Trump. All of those and more stories on the bonus show. Sign up at joinpacman.com.
"200 feet above the streets of downtown Chicago, two men are dangling from a skyscraper. It's 3 a.m., December, and freezing cold. They aren't window washers, and they aren't stuntmen. They are convicted bank robbers, and they're hanging by a thread. Literally. Their lifeline is a 200-foot rope made entirely of bed sheets, reinforced with thousands of strands of dental floss. One slip, one weak knot, one gust of wind whipping between the high rises, and they plummet 17 stories onto solid concrete. The building they are escaping from is the Metropolitan Correctional Center, a federal prison designed to be inescapable. But Joe Spanks and Kenneth Connolly didn't spend 6 months smashing a concrete wall just to fall. They have just executed the most audacious jailbreak in modern American history. And the craziest part? Right now, the guards inside think Banks and Connolly are sleeping soundly. They left decoys in their beds and replaced the steel bars they ripped out of the window frame with fakes so convincing nobody noticed. This isn't just an escape, it's a magic trick performed 17 stories in the air. They're about to vanish, triggering a massive FBI manhunt, and the authorities don't realize they aren't just chasing two desperate men, they are chasing the ghosts who managed to walk through a solid wall. Perhaps motivated by the $500,000 in stolen cash that the FBI still hasn't found. The story starts 5 days earlier inside
like, we have 500 grand, we're
courtroom.
just leaving. Fuck it.
Joseph Joe Spanks, 37 years old, is standing trial. Banks is notorious. The FBI called him the second-hand bandit because he committed his robberies wearing used thrift store clothing, making him incredibly hard to identify. He wasn't a petty thief. Banks was prolific. In just a few heists, he has stolen over $589,000. And the crucial detail? Over $540,000 of that was still missing. Banks didn't trust the system. He fired his lawyers and represented himself, claiming he was a Moorish national, a sovereign citizen exempt from US law. His trial was chaos. He was so disruptive that marshals had to physically strap him into a restraint chair just to keep him present. The jury didn't bite. On December 13th, 2012, they found him guilty. He was facing up to 80 years in prison, a life sentence. As the judge, Rebecca Palmeyer, prepared for the next steps, Banks looked her dead in the eye and delivered a chilling promise. He told her he would be seeking retribution. Then he added, "No motion will be filed, but you'll hear from me." When Banks was returned to the Metropolitan Correctional Center, or MCC, he knew he was never getting out legally. The MCC Chicago is unique. It's not spread out over acres of land surrounded by fences. It's a triangle-shaped skyscraper, 27 stories high, right in the heart of the city.
Why?
It was designed to be escape-proof. There are no traditional bars on the windows. Instead, the windows are just 5-inch wide slits. That's smaller than the width of an average human head. The theory was simple. If you can't fit through the window, you can't escape. And for decades, that theory held true. Banks was housed on the 17th floor. His cellmate was 38-year-old Kenneth Conley. Conley was a former strip club manager who had recently pleaded guilty to robbing about $4,000 from a bank. He was also facing serious time, up to 20 years. So, two desperate men, one tiny cell. The motivation was clear. Banks had a potential fortune waiting for him on the outside, and Conley had nothing to look forward to but concrete and steel. If they were going to escape, there was only one way out: the window. But how do two men fit through a 5-inch gap? Well, they don't. They needed to make the gap bigger. The plan they devised was audacious, requiring patience, ingenuity, and incredible luck. It didn't happen overnight. This took weeks, maybe months. First, they needed tools. Where do you get a sledgehammer in federal lockup? Well, you don't. You improvise. Investigators believe they smuggled heavy metal parts, possibly from a floor buffer machine or maybe even a bell bar from the weight room, back to their cell. This became their chisel and hammer. Slowly, agonizingly, they began to smash the cinder block wall surrounding the window frame. This was the most dangerous part. The noise of the metal on concrete echoes. They had to work in short bursts, timing their strikes with the rattling of food carts or the slamming of doors. Every swing risked discovery. Every speck of dust and debris had to disappear, so they flushed it down the toilet bit by bit, day after day. They couldn't just leave a gaping hole in the wall while they worked. They needed camouflage. They pulverized the dust and mixed it with soap or toothpaste, creating a paste that matched the color of the wall. They used that paste to cover their progress. Eventually, they managed to remove an entire cinder block and dislodge the steel security bars. But they couldn't escape yet. They needed a way down. You can't just jump 17 stories. So they
also, if it's December, you're gonna freeze to death in that cell pretty much immediately, like that day.
A rope. A 200-foot.
I don't know, there's probably heating in that thing. Yeah, the heat's probably good. It's gotta be.
Rope. Banks and Conley started hoarding bed sheets. They had to manipulate the laundry system, bribe other inmates, or slowly steal them over time. But prison bed sheets are thin. They knew the sheets alone wouldn't hold the weight of two grown men. And this is where the genius detail comes in. Dental floss. They collected thousands of yards of dental floss. They braided the floss into the bed sheets, reinforcing the entire length of the rope. Dental floss,
all they bought, I bet, was like
is
5 years of
incredibly
freedom before
strong.
they were back in the same
It turned
cell.
a flimsy collection of sheets into a viable escape tool.
This is an I almost got away with
They even
this
fashioned
story.
harnesses so they could descend safely. The scale of this operation inside a tiny cell is mind-boggling. They were hiding tools, a cinder block, steel bars, and a 200-foot rope. But they had one more problem. If a guard looked closely at the window, they would see the missing steel bars. So, Banks and Conley created fakes. They reportedly used cardboard from toilet paper rolls, colored to look like metal, and placed them in the window slots. From a distance, the cell looked secure. The real steel bars? They shoved those deep inside their mattresses. They even prepared their bodies. Knowing the hole would be incredibly tight, both men reportedly started dieting, trying to lose weight to ensure that they could fit through the gap. Everything was meticulously planned. For Banks, the clock was ticking faster after his conviction, and the time was now. Monday, December 17th, 2012. At 10 p.m., the guards conducted a routine head count. Banks and Conley were both present. The guards marked them down and move on. They didn't notice the fake bars. As soon as their tier was quiet and the lights dimmed, Banks and Conley got to work. They needed to buy themselves hours. They prepared their decoys. They took their clothes and extra sheets and molded them under their blankets into the shapes of bodies. If a guard shone a flashlight into the cell during the night, it would look like they were sound asleep. The moment of truth arrived. They removed the fake bars and loosened cinder block. They now had a hole just big enough to squeeze through. It was incredibly tight. They secured the bedsheet rope to the remaining structure of the window frame. They double-checked the knots. This was it. It was the early hours of Tuesday, December 18th. The temperature
was
in
the owner
Chicago
coming
was
home.
freezing.
I think it was.
And the wind at that altitude was brutal. The men changed out of their orange jumpsuits and into street clothes they had hidden underneath. Then one of them squeezed through the narrow opening. Just imagine the vertigo. They were 17 stories above the street and in the dark, about to put their full trust in a homemade rope. They threw the rope over the side. It cascaded down the concrete wall, and they slipped into the harnesses, and then they began their descent.
This is where I would have my problems. Like, as a contractor, I would want laser motion sensors all down the outside of this building to make sure nobody was climbing up. And they knew that building didn't have that, and that's how they pulled this off. And honestly, you really think this was that? Honestly, what I think they did was almost basic compared to all the things you could do to get out of this building. And it's weird. It's like, as a contractor, or even as, like, you know, the feds or whatever running the jail, I'm thinking motion sensors outside the wall, because what prevents, like, an outside human insect from climbing up to the windows and passing stuff like drugs through the hole in the wall? You know, nothing. So why wasn't there motion sensors outside the wall? Pretty much when that tech became possible, all of the prisons in the world should have been thinking about the outside of their walls, you know, but I don't think they do, because I think they're stupid. And these guys exploited that. But on top of it, they're tangling with City Hall. You know you can't fight with City Hall. You might get 5 years out of this or whatever, but then they're just going to put you in jail for longer when they catch you. It's fucking stupid. It's better to try to game the system and get out with a lawyer than it is to try and escape with dental floss, because, like...
This wasn't a smooth, tactical rappel.
No,
this was a desperate slide down a rough surface. The friction was intense. When the FBI later recovered the rope, they found it stained with blood. Their hands were raw. They had to move quickly, but carefully.
See, now that's weird. I'm wearing gloves. I don't know how you would get gloves. I would probably make gloves. I mean, what do you do? How do you prevent the friction from like really rubbing your hands raw? Yeah.
Rope swung too much, they could smash against the building. If their grip slipped, they were dead. It must have taken several minutes to reach the bottom. Minutes where they were completely exposed. If anyone walking by had happened to look up, they would have seen the unbelievable sight of two men scaling down the side of the federal prison. But nobody looked up. At approximately 2:40 a.m., Joe Spanks and Kenneth Conley touched down on the street. They were free. They had defeated the skyscraper jail. They didn't waste a second. They ran a few blocks, and in a stroke of cinematic luck, they didn't have a getaway car waiting. Instead, they did what anyone in downtown Chicago does when they
take a subway.
A ride. They hailed a taxi.
Oh, they hailed a taxi.
A cab driver picked up the two men in the middle of the night, completely unaware that he was now the getaway driver for the most high-profile escapees in the country. They told the driver to head south toward the suburbs. They paid with cash.
Where'd they get cash? Where'd they get cash at?
And vanished into the night. Back at the MCC.
How did they pay cash? Did somebody send it to them?
See, everything was quiet. The guards continued
Oh
their
my
round.
God, they're like completely gone at that point. They're like, I like this getaway because most of it was smart, and I can't believe they actually pulled it off. At this point, you know what I'd do? I would take that $500,000 that they supposedly have, but you don't know if they've got that or not, but that's the assumption, right? You go on down Mexico way, and you travel around on buses for the rest of your life, and you stop in, you know, cheap like resort towns, and you like hang out at the bars there on the beach. You live off tacos, and you don't ask too many questions, and you learn the language, and you bounce around, and you don't really ever settle down in one place, and you don't really ever... That's the life that they propose that they want. That would be living hell for me. It's worse than that's worse than the jail. Looking at the jail is bad, right? But at least the jail is 3 square meals a day, television probably, so you don't go insane. And like, you know, maybe phone calls out to tell your family how much you fucked up and how sorry you are. But And that's bad. I mean, I granted, I wouldn't want to be in jail either, but running from the cops for the rest of your life isn't fun either. But I suppose I have the discipline to do that. I would hole up somewhere. I would sneak out at night, and I would always stay off the grid. I would never pay rent. I would never let anybody know my name. I wouldn't have an ID, and if they asked me, I would shrug and say homeless. I don't have an ID. I can give you a name, you know? And when the cops ask you for your name, you just say, I don't remember. And they're gonna be like, what? And you say, I don't remember my name. I'm terribly sorry. I've got severe brain damage. And they're like, do you need help? And it's like, well, I'm homeless on the streets. Yeah, you could help me. And and that's what I would do. That would be how I would try to get around them. And that's only if I got caught. Mostly I would find a place that nobody would ever go, and I would set up camp there. Like that guy who lived in the back of the, like there was a guy who was a robber. He lived in the back of the Sears for like 30 years, and he robbed banks and all this stuff, and he was a successful McDonald's robber. Yeah, the McDonald's robber, I think they called him. And, oh, now are you coming after me? No, you're just running. Yeah. That's odd. His garage is halfway open. There's an ambulance driver coming to save the person that I killed. Ding. This is an arena car. He's like, why am I fighting a guy with an Uzi? Modern America. The other guy hiding? No, he switched seats or something. Thanks for putting your fucking heads right in my cursor. Alright, I really don't like this guy. We're gonna bust his rotor. Where are you, fucker? There you are. Nope. Out.
At 3:30 a.m., a guard conducted a head count. He walked past the cell, flashed his lights inside, saw the two bodies in the bunks, and moved on. The security failures that night were catastrophic.
Yeah, there's no motion sensors outside the jail. I would be like, nah, what's to prevent anybody, not just from getting out, but also getting in? Somebody climbing up, being like, oh, I'm a window washer, and what they're really doing is passing drugs into the prison and stuff. I'd be very nervous about those walls if you wanted to build downtown. So I would have motion sensors on those walls, because if you want to be like right outside the hospital or whatever, or like, you know, I'm sure there's a school within 5 miles of there. If you're going to be that close to a school downtown and a big prison like that with really sensitive, scary criminals and stuff, you probably need motion sensors on your walls if you think that heights are the only thing protecting you. It's sort of weird. Oh, I timed out. I mean, that session was like busted anyways. Go back in.
The area where Banks and Conley descended was supposed to be monitored by video cameras, but the camera covering that wall was reportedly malfunctioning. Furthermore, the staffing levels that night were low. The guards were complacent. Hours passed. 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. Around 7 a.m., the morning shift started arriving for work. As employees walked toward the entrance, one of them noticed something strange. Dangling down the side of the building, blowing in the morning wind, was the long, knotted rope. The sight paralyzed the staff.
Always a good thing to see outside of jail. An escape rope. Yeah, it's always good to see an escape rope outside of jail. Yeah. It's almost comical.
So blatant, so absurd that it took a moment to process.
Yeah, they just
Panic
climbed out.
immediately set in.
It's so absurd.
The prison went into lockdown. Guards rushed to the 17th floor. When they opened the door, they found the decoys. They ripped the blankets off, and no inmates. They looked at the window, a gaping hole in the concrete. Joe Spanks
Stupid
and
pigs.
Kenneth Conley were
Yeah.
gone. They had at least a 4-hour head start. The
At
news
least.
broke
You
instantly,
mean-
and it was a sensation. This wasn't just a prison break, it was a humiliation for the Federal Bureau of Prisons. The FBI immediately took over the investigation. A $50,000 reward was offered. The perceived threat Banks made to the judge suddenly seemed very real. Federal agents were assigned to protect Judge Palmeier and the prosecutors from the trial. The fear was that Banks hadn't escaped just to run, but to seek retribution as he promised. The manhunt was massive and chaotic. Heavily armed federal agents and local police swarmed the city. There was a report of a sighting at the Greyhound bus station. A SWAT team swarmed the station, but they found nothing. The investigators caught a break by tracing the taxi ride. The trail led them south, to the area near Tinley Park. Sources reveal that Kenneth Conley went straight toward his mother's house. He showed up on the doorstep hours after escaping a federal prison, apparently expecting breakfast and a place to hide. His mother was stunned. She made the agonizing decision to turn her own son away, refusing to help him hide.
Wow.
The FBI and SWAT teams quickly surrounded the
See, he didn't even make it a day. Like,
neighborhood, and they
I
brought
used
in
to
police
love
dogs.
I Almost Got Away
The
with It.
dogs picked
That
up
was a
the
good show.
suspect's scent and followed it to a nearby metro station in
They
New
busted
Lenox.
the other guy.
The dogs lost the scent right there on the platform. Authorities believed Banks and Conley had boarded a commuter train. The trail went cold. The city was on edge. The speculation was that they were headed for a far-flung island, ready to live off the $500,000 Banks
What?
had stashed away. But the reality of being a fugitive is rarely glamorous. It's stressful, paranoid, and often very short-lived. Banks and Conley knew they couldn't stay together. The heat was too intense. They split up. Joe Spanks wasn't as careful as he thought he was. He didn't flee the state. He stayed right in Chicago, heading back to familiar territory on the north side. On the night of Thursday, December 20th, just over 2 days after the escape, the FBI received a tip. They tracked Banks to the Lincoln Park neighborhood, an upscale area not far from where he lived before his arrest. Around 11:30 p.m., officers and federal agents surrounded an apartment building. They moved in quickly. Banks was caught completely by surprise. He was arrested without incident. When they searched him, there was no sign of the missing $540,000. The second-hand bandit's run was over, though. His impossible escape had bought him less than 3 days of freedom. But Kenneth Conley was still out there, and he was proving much harder to find. Days turned into weeks. Christmas came and went, New Year's passed, and there was speculation that Conley had fled the state. The nationwide manhunt continued, but the leads were drying up. Conley had also decided to stay close to home. He was hiding out in Palos Hills, another suburb southwest of Chicago. He knew the police were looking for him, so he decided to hide in plain sight. But his disguise wasn't exactly subtle. It was now January 4th, 2013, 17 days since the escape. Police responded to a report of suspicious activities in an apartment building in Palos Hills. The caller reported hearing noises like someone trying to find an unlocked door. When they arrived, they saw a man who looked completely out of place. It was an old man, bundled up in a heavy overcoat, wearing a beret and leaning heavily on a cane. He looked frail and harmless, but something about the old man seemed off. The police approached him. As they got closer, they realized that it was a disguise. It was Kenneth Conley. When Conley realized he was made, the disguise didn't stop him from resisting. He fought back and he ran. The officers chased him down. He allegedly assaulted a federal agent during the arrest, trying desperately to get away one last time. The officers were forced to use a taser to subdue him. Finally, they got him into handcuffs. When the FBI agents confirmed his identity, Conley was defiant. He reportedly looked at the agents and said, "It happened once, what makes you think it won't happen again?" The spectacular skyscraper jailbreak was officially over. The aftermath of the escape sent shockwaves through the federal prison system. The MCC Chicago was scrutinized intensely. The investigation pointed to complacency by the staff, and they never believed an escape from the 17th floor was possible, so they just stopped looking for the signs. In response, the Bureau of Prisons implemented changes. The windows at the MCC were reinforced with heavy steel plating. Furthermore, a new national policy was implemented. It became known as the bar tap. Now guards in federal high-rise prisons must regularly go into cells and physically strike the window bars and metal housing with a mallet to ensure they are real and intact. They are literally checking to make sure nobody is replacing the bars with fakes. As for the escapees, the courts showed no mercy. In 2014, Joe Spanks stood before Judge Paul Meyer again. He apologized, calling the escape an act of desperation. He admitted his sovereign citizen defense had all been an act. The judge wasn't convinced. She called Banks narcissistic and a threat and a menace to society. Joe Spanks was sentenced to 36 years in federal prison. He was also ordered to pay $589,000 in restitution. The vast majority of that money has never been recovered. He's currently housed at USP Hazleton, a high-security penitentiary in West Virginia. Kenneth Conley's fate was similar. He was first sentenced for the bank robbery he was awaiting sentence for when he escaped. The judge in that case gave him the maximum penalty of 20 years, citing the escape as a key reason for the harshness. Then Conley faced sentencing specifically for the escape in front of Judge Gary Feinerman. Conley smirked his way through the hearing. He even winked at the federal agents who had arrested him, and Judge Feinerman noted Conley's long record and called him incorrigibly violent. He sentenced Conley to an additional 3.5 years. Conley was furious. He exploded in the courtroom, yelling profanities at the judge, telling him exactly where he could stick his sentence, and suggested the judge increase it to 5 years. Judge Feinerman simply replied, "Thank you." Kenneth Conley is currently incarcerated at USP Thompson in Illinois. If you enjoyed this Prison Break case, check out the channel. There you'll find many great stories just like this one. If you like what you see, please subscribe. I'd be very grateful, and I'll catch you next time.
Gotta step away, guys. I'm terribly sorry. I'm gonna charge my... I'm gonna lose this damn smoke on the water mission, but, Oh, I'm gonna lose this mission. Maybe they'll let me keep doing it. I don't know. But either way, I will go back and I will watch this, and I will charge my headphones. Hi, kitty. It took forever. It always takes forever. I'm so sorry, guys. I did not know that was going to take that long. Christmas is a busy season. Hi, kitty. You doing okay? Yeah, you are. So, you. Sorry, guys. Okay. Headlamp up. All right. Okay. All right, everything DC'd. I gotta get all back in again. I'm so sorry, guys. Like, so Christmas is definitely taking up a lot of my time and energy and stuff. And yesterday was just a crazy day. Today was a crazy day, and you know, happy holidays. But it was still fucking crazy. So here we go. I'm sorry. I just, you know, I lost control as I often do, and I have to go do things that I wouldn't normally have to do in the middle of my stream. And I'm sorry, but it is a long form stream that goes like 14 hours, and I don't know when. Yeah, it's going to be a 5-minute distraction or an hour-long distraction. I really don't know. I just roll the gamble when I go, you know. But that's the life of being a caretaker for an elderly person. It's just whatever you need to do whenever it is that needs to be done. So I'm sorry for disappearing like that. I feel no shame for doing it. It's just, you know, real life calls, and there it is, you know. I did a good deed tonight, got something done that's been, you know, troubling my mother for a while, and got something out of her hair that was bothering her, and it's good, you know. And now her bed, her mattress is working correctly, and I did a bunch of work to make that happen, and now we're where we are. Yeah, what a life sentence actually feels like. That's trippy. Ugh. I have to plug in my headphones, which hopefully are charged now. The infographics show. Hi, kitty. How you doing?
Rewires you. The system is designed to wear you down, to break you. By the time you get out, everything you knew is gone. How do people survive that and not lose themselves completely? On today's episode of the Infographics Show, we're walking through what a life sentence in prison is actually like. Day 1, you shuffle off the bus in handcuffs and leg irons, peering up at the guard towers and razor wire fencing. Armed officers herd you forward.
Oh my God, the women in my
cold.
life, they're not even my wife. They're just demanding. Both women in my life are crazy demanding. This cat is demanding. She's just demanding my attention right now. No option. It just gotta happen. I've got to pay attention to the kitty. It's just what it is. I love it. I like paying attention to the kitty. Hello, kitty. Oh, you're leaving. Why are you leaving? You came and like took my lap. What's wrong? Okay, I don't know.
To them, you are nothing. And this is it. Your home for the next 4 decades. You enter a holding room where an officer takes off your leg irons and gestures toward a thick door, the booking area. They take your wedding band and slip your phone and wallet into a Ziploc bag. $200 goes into your prisoner trust account and another $100 into your telephone account. In another room, you're told to strip. A guard smirks when they notice the tattoo of your son's name inked across your chest. Your son, just 4 years old, will grow up without a father. And your wife, who swore she would wait, will have gray hair and wrinkles the next time you hold her, if you ever hold her again. The truth is, you've already accepted she'll move on, but the very thought of that right now is unbearable. Then comes the strip search. The whole process is totally dehumanizing. You've never thought of yourself as a bad person. It was self-defense, but that didn't wash with a jury of 12 men and women. The judge called it a callous disregard for human life, a deliberate act of calculated cruelty. If you had to defend yourself again, you would. And in this prison, it'll become a reality. But fighting isn't what frightens you. It's spending the next 40 years in small claustrophobic rooms as the property of the United States government. Just a...
But I mean, that's what I already do. I'm just kidding. We'll do a bunker mission. References, bunker. Josh bunker, teleport.
another body the officers will process today. You're handed your prison-issue slip-on shoes, gray jogging pants, and a sweater bearing the initials DOC, Department of Corrections. They fingerprint you and they take your photo. You're now a number, 12515-066. One of 1.8 million Americans behind bars, one of 600,000 people sent to prison each year, and one of the 1 in 6 who will never leave, serving a life sentence. Orientation blurs past. The officers talk about violence, about reporting abuse, but all you can think about is your wife and child at home. Later, a nurse performs the health checkup. She asks about your drug history and whether you're a danger to yourself. You mutter no, and you shake your head. She scribbles a note in your file, and you are out the door. You're moved into another nameless, colorless room. Have you ever worked for law enforcement? A guy in a shirt and tie asks you. No, you haven't, and you've never testified against anyone, so there's no reason you can't do your time in the general population. None of this feels real. Your state-appointed lawyer had been sure you would just get a few years for manslaughter, or better, it'd be viewed as a justifiable homicide. You were one of the 80 to 90% of federal criminal defendants in the U.S. defended by the state, a nation where with enough money the odds aren't too bad for getting away with serious felonies. The thought makes you furious. Your emotions swing wildly, from rage to despair. You just saw a female and a male officer laughing and joking with each other, casual workplace flirting. You'll never share a moment like that again. And then you walk through the bowels of the prison, door after door creaking open until the faint sound of voices grows louder, the smell of floor cleaner and sweat filling your nostrils. The last door opens to your unit. Faces look up from the tables where men are slamming down dominoes and cards. You keep your head high. You don't show them any weakness. White, black, brown, all in their own tight clique. Like it or not, this is your new family. Fish! Someone shouts from behind you. It reminds you of your school, but with grown men, dangerous men. You're not interested in what any of them has done or the prison hierarchy they belong to. You don't want to be a part of their system, their code. You're not scared of them. The only thing that scares you now is time. You walk into your cell. Your cellie barely looks up, jerking his head to the top bunk. You toss your prison handbook on a steel desk, barely a foot away from a toilet sink combo that smells like it was freshly used. You still expect to wake up with your wife beside you, telling you it was all just a bad dream. Month 1. Before you were locked up, you'd watched prison TV shows. Like millions of others, you dismissed them as poverty porn, cheap exploitation of damaged lives, but you still watched. Your guilty pleasure was seeing grown men fight over a missing piece of candy. But you never thought you would be one of them. In here, you know your place, and it's decided by skin color and affiliation. Since you have no affiliation, unless you count CrossFit, Catholicism, or
I've done this before.
Coach,
I've been
you're
through
lumped
all
in
this.
with the whites. This was explained to you when a group of thugs walked into your cell
Yeah,
a day
yeah, like
after
some
you
Mexicans
arrived. They wanted
explained
to see
to me
your
that I needed to
papers,
pray
your
with them.
charges, checking
I
to
was
see
like,
if you were a
no,
chomo or
because
some other
I'm
kind of
an
sex offender.
atheist.
You used to think that the
Thanks for
prison
the offer.
code,
I wouldn't
when you
normally
heard
pray
about
for
it
you
on
if I
TV, was
believed.
insane and hypocritical. But now that you're
They're
a part
like
of
great-
it, you keep your mouth
Like
shut.
for some reason, the Mexican crew, they liked me for whatever reason, which is weird because I'm a white boy, but they could tell immediately that I wasn't racist and I don't care. And so they were like, you should pray with us. You should come get down with the crew. Come be with one of us. And I was like, no, I'm okay. And they're like, you don't want to pray, son? You're going to be in here for a long time. And I'm like, no, I'm not. And they're like, yeah. And they all start laughing. And they're like, we've all heard this before. Are you really that deluded, kid? You think you're getting out of here? The whole prison was like that. They're like, you think you're getting out of here? I was like, yeah, I'm getting out of here in the next 10 days. And they were like, why? Why do you believe this? I was like, I didn't do what I did. And they're like, I didn't do what I did either. And I was like, but I actually didn't. And then 13 days later, I walked on out. You know, like towards day 10, I was like, I got to actually get somebody to bail me out now. Or they're just going to let me rot in here for like 5 months while they make me wait. So I had somebody bail me out. But I was like, no, I'm getting out of here because I didn't do what I did. They accused me of assault on a shoplifting charge. When I went in there, I requested a chaplain, and I was like, "You have put me with orange shirts. These are felon like full level time, but I belong with the gray shirts. I was busted for shoplifting." And they're like, "Why are you in county prison for shoplifting?" I was like, "They filed an assault charge," and they're like, "Well, then you're going up for assault." And I was like, "No, there is no record of assault. Like, you know, the judge is going to drop the case. You have to actually give me my court date." And they're like, "Okay, we will, but." You know, but you're not getting out of this. Their whole attitude is, you're not getting out of this. I was like, yes, I will if I'm fucking innocent. And sure enough, yeah, we had to bail it out. But then like 3 weeks later, I go to court and they dropped that case. They dropped it. Otherwise, they would have had to sit in fucking Denver County for fucking like a whole month or some shit just while they wait for, like, you know, wait to like handle the case. Oh, kitty, what's up your butt? What's up your butt, kitty? You know how to figure it out. Where's your toy? Let's play with you. No way to cat answers. There it is. Let's play with the kitty. Hey, kitty, you want to play? Yeah, you know that sound. Yeah, oh, you know that sound. Kill it. Kill that. Kill that. Kill that. You stir crazy kitty. You're just bored. That's the actual problem here. Any entertainment, you immediately focus. You're immediately happy because you're deathly bored. And it's not my fault that you're stir crazy kitty. It's goddamn 40 degrees out there. What can I do about that? That's not my fault. You stupid stir crazy kitty. Yeah, you kill this thing. Hurry up and kill this thing. Yeah, hurry up. You kill this thing. Kill it, kitty. Kill it. Kill this thing, kitty. Kill it. Kitty. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I had to mollify my cat. Apparently, I'm her. Like, she's all, here we are now, entertain us about the whole thing. Like, she's like, entertain me. And it's like, I'm not your fucking boss. I don't have to entertain you. You're a cat. Go chase imaginary mice. I don't have to entertain you.
Guys looked impressed when they read your homicide conviction, and here, that's a badge of honor. You don't bother telling them the details, what your useless lawyer had called mitigating circumstances. Neither do you play the tough guy. Your cellie later tells you that tough guys don't last long in prison. Just be cool and you'll be all right.
Yeah, like tough guys don't last long in prison, yeah. Yeah, I was like, I came in, I was crying, and they're like, what are you in for? And I was like, shoplifting. And they all laughed. They're like, in federal prison. Because they laughed. They laughed when I said it. I was like, shoplifting. And they're like, you're for real, aren't you? Yeah, it was $21 worth of stuff from Safeway 6.5 years ago. And they're like, why are you in county? Because they pushed an assault charge when they busted me for the shoplifting charge. But then I didn't even know I had the charge. They didn't tell me. They gave me a shoplifting ticket. And then I come and find out 6.5 years later, they just tacked on assault and never even told me. I didn't even know I had the case, you know? It was so fucking stupid. And they're like, and I was like, I didn't assault that guy. It's a fucking shoplifting ticket worth $21. I've got a videotape of it. I kept telling them, I've got a videotape of it. They really don't like hearing that. I've got a videotape of it, of the guy tackling me, not tackling him tackling me and breaking my shoulder. I've got a videotape of it. And they're like, what? And I was like, I have a videotape of the fucking store security that tackled me for $21 worth of groceries when I was shoplifting, right? And he filed an assault charge on me. When I brought the videotape in, to the judge. I was like, here's him assaulting me. I'm running out there. Yeah, I wasn't running, but I was just leaving Safeway with $20 worth of stuff because I was starving and on the streets. And he comes full-blown tackling me from behind, no warning, full charge. He ran out and tackled me like a fucking football, like a football tackler, you know, like a linebacker. He just came and hit me from behind. He slid over me and he scraped his nose on the concrete. And to prevent me from suing them for breaking my shoulder, they filed an assault charge just after the fact. They just tacked it on later. Didn't even tell me. And I didn't even know about it until 6.5 years later. They don't like hearing stories like this, but when you're like, I've got a videotape, that starts to scare them. You're like, I've got a videotape and I will sue you if you do not address my case. I'm starting to threaten like chaplains and stuff. I will sue you if you don't put me with the gray shirts because I didn't commit any felonies. I'm in here for a shoplifting charge. And I will sue this prison. I'll sue anybody who doesn't listen to me and shit. I'm in here for a shoplifting charge. You have me in the wrong colored shirt. If he filed assault, that's all well and good, but he's got to actually prove that case. He didn't prove a case. You know what I'm saying? I'm not in here for to like because I assaulted someone and ran. I'm in here because he filed the charge and then never told me about it, you know? And it was just like, it was that whack. When the judge got it, they were like, "Sir, I'm sorry for this terrible inconvenience. You can have a month of unsupervised probation for this terrible charge. We're going to give you time served for 13 days in county jail for a shoplifting charge. And Safeway has dropped this assault charge that they filed 6.5 years ago. You have a nice day, sir. Thank you for not suing us." Pretty much. And the people in the jail, the Mexicans, they wanted me to pray with them and stuff. They just couldn't believe it. And that was another problem that I really had. I was like, you're fucking hopelessness is useless to me now, day one. I don't care if I'm right or wrong. I also don't want to be around anybody who are that hopeless. They looked at me and they're like, nah, son, you're in here for at least 5 years. You need to get with reality, son. You and reality aren't fucking with each other too much. And I was like, no, the system and reality aren't fucking with me very much, you know, because it's like I'm guilty of a shoplifting charge. I have the video. I had that video. I still have, or I don't have that video anymore, but I had that video for like 20 years. We used to watch it because it was terrible. I'd be like, there's the moment where the Safeway guy broke my shoulder, and I would show my friends when I was drunk. I'd be like, watch this video, and I would put on this video. It was like 13 seconds long, but it was still terrible. It was just one thing on one little VHS cassette tape. But yeah, I had that for the fucking court trial and shit. I had to go get the Safeway to give it to me. I was like, no. This guy tackled me from motherfucking behind, no warning, broke my shoulder. I had to take a $3,500 fucking cab, or, you know, ambulance ride. A $3,500 ambulance ride to fucking Porter's Hospital, which was 3.5 blocks away. I begged them to let me walk. I was like, it is 3.5 blocks away. Please let me walk to the hospital. They were like, no, sir. We broke your shoulder on Safeway grounds. You have to take the paramedic to the fucking hospital. And I was like, no, I can't afford an ambulance. I'm a very poor person. I'm here stealing because I'm on the streets. And they were like, no, you have to take the ambulance. And they fucking forced me out, chained to a fucking bed. They forced me, the fucking paramedics forced me to strip down in the Safeway office where they bust people for shoplifting and shit, and they like had me get into a hospital gown and shit and put me on a stretcher, and they wheeled me out of fucking Safeway. It was the most mortifying fucking moment of my life. Why? Because you had to tackle me, fucking full warning. No, he didn't yell or anything like that. He just tackled me, no warning, and I had my shoulder broken that day. It was so fucking lame. I had to go to fucking deal with a fucking $10,000 hospital bill. I should have been suing the Safeway, but because I was shoplifting, I was like, I'm not litigious like that. If you know, they're like, you're not gonna sue us, are you? We broke in your shoulder. And I was like, no, I promise I won't. No, I was shoplifting from you. I told them when I was in the room, they're like, you're not going to sue us, are you? Anything crazy like that? I was like, no, man. I was stealing from you. If you tackle me, I don't blame you. You know, and stuff. But what they didn't tell me is as soon as I left the room and I was in the hospital, they filed an assault charge for no reason, which was stupid. When I showed the fucking VHS tape to the judge, he was like, you're lucky I don't fucking, he was like, you're, you know, Safeway's lucky I don't penalize them. And I was like, yeah, you know, I had no warning. This guy just tackled me from behind and then filed an assault charge on me. I kept saying to anybody who cared to listen, the prison chaplain, the prison fucking warden, the fucking people, the psychologists, all the shit. I was like, no, I'm up in here for a shoplifting charge. And they look and they're like, yeah, this is a shoplifting charge, but it's got but it isn't also an assault charge. And I was like, oh, well, where's the evidence and where's the conviction and the jury and the court case? And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, if it was an assault charge, I would have had to have been tried in a court case before I would be in Denver County for assault. You would have to actually try the case. And they're like, what do you mean? We did try the case. I was like, no, there's been no case tried. And they're like, wait, there hasn't been. You know, and I was like, yeah, plus it was 6.5 years ago. Is it past the statute of limitations? Excuse me. Hello? Okay, I'm gonna come help you, okay? No, don't do that. Don't do that. Turn it off the heat. Don't do that. What you should do is, do you have any rice? Yeah, you're gonna get a box, you're gonna fill it with rice, and you're gonna leave that keyboard in the box, and the rice will suck all of the liquid out. Don't melt it, don't fry anything. Okay, I'll come help you, okay? BRB, minor emergency. I love you guys. Sorry, I was telling my fake assault charge and how I had 13 days in county for no reason, but oh well, here we go. I'm sorry, I lost control. I'll be back, sorry. Yeah, and there we go, and I'll leave you with some X4, and I will charge my headphone. Okay, so... Oh, no, dropped both my iPods. It's okay. Okay. My beloved family spilled a beverage into their laptop, so I had to go kind of deal with the fallout of that. And I feel for them. I've been there before, and I helped them. So, and we got it where we needed to be. Yeah, what, kitty? And I lost all my logins. Yay! Let's do the Starfield load once again. Yay! So fun. Let's do the Grand Theft Auto load again. Yay! Here we go. At least my headphones charged. Jeez. Wait, what?
He told you, but his bid is 7.
Yeah, and I told him as I came into Denver County Jail, I was like, no, I'm leaving this place. And they were like, no, you aren't. And I was like, yes, I am. And they're like, why are you so combative about it and so weird? And I'm like, because I didn't do what they said I'd do. You ever actually been accused, actually accused of a crime you didn't commit? And they're like, we get this all the time. And I'm like, not like me. I'm on camera. All I did was shoplift. When the judge finally does see it, they're going to drop it. And I was like, it's sure as the days, they don't have material evidence proving that I assaulted anybody. It's quite the opposite. They assaulted me, and they were like, "Yeah, right. It'll still take years for you to find out." And I was like, "No, it'll take me a week." And that's what it did. It took me 2 weeks, something.
10 years, not 4.
No, you can't put somebody in county for a shoplifting ticket. They're lucky I didn't sue their fucking asses. That was just another time that I came close to suing them for trying to destroy me. You know. When it reached the judge, he was like, I am so sorry, sir. 13 days is a long time to lose for this. And I was like, yep.
That you are constantly...
And I was like, also, I had to pay bail. They paid me my bail back, which was good. It was $1,700, but it was like more than that, I think it was. But yeah, it was like more than that. I think it was like 35 or something. But yeah, the bail sucked. It sucked.
Monitored.
I didn't get that back.
The cameras watch your every move, but he said this doesn't stop the violence. Someone was stabbed in the shower stalls a week or 2 before you arrived. He said if someone wants you dead, they can kill you and make it look self-inflicted. The kid who carried it out was a torpedo, ordered to put work in for the Mexican mafia. They run things in this unit, taking orders from the boss, the shot caller. When there are problems, this guy will mediate it with the heads of the other races. You soon learn that if someone disrespects you, you fight back, or you'll become a victim. You have seen it with your own eyes, a fight over a stare, something your cellie called mad dogging. Another guy was beaten for farting, a sign of disrespect. The unit feels like a time bomb. The fuse hasn't been lit yet. Your cellie says all-out violence is rare, it disrupts business, and business means drugs. Sometimes they're smuggled in, but more often an officer will bring them in. If you cause a fight, the unit is locked down and the cells get tossed. If drugs or weapons are confiscated, you can expect a beating. And you'd better hope the shot caller is feeling generous, because an HOS, or hit on sight, can easily become a KOS, kill on sight. Month 6. You're adjusting to prison life, and not just learning to poop in front of another man. You've gotten drunk on 40 years in prison. Doesn't just change you.
God damn it, kitty, you moved me back.
Or even inside.
Oh, fucking so annoying. Come on, kitty, you keep setting me back.
Lawyer had called mitigating circumstances. Neither do you play the tough guy. Your cellie later tells you that tough guys don't last long in prison. Just be cool and you'll be all right, he told you. But his bid is 7 years, not 40. He explained that you are constantly monitored, that cameras watch your every move. But he said this doesn't stop the violence. Someone was stabbed in the shower stalls a week or 2 before you arrived. He said if someone wants you dead, they can kill you and make it look self-inflicted. The kid who
assassinated while incarcerated, a tale as old as time.
Carried it out was a torpedo, ordered to put work in for the Mexican mafia. They run things in this unit, taking orders from the boss, the shot caller. When there are problems, this guy will mediate it with the heads of the other races. You soon learn that if someone disrespects you, you fight back, or you'll become a victim. You have seen it with your own eyes, a fight over a stare, something your cellie called mad dogging. Another guy was beaten for farting, a sign of disrespect. The unit feels like a time bomb. The fuse hasn't been lit yet. Your cellie says all-out violence is rare, it disrupts business. And business means drugs. Sometimes they're smuggled in, but more often an officer will bring them in. If you cause a fight, the unit is locked down and the cells get tossed. If drugs or weapons are confiscated, you can expect a beating. And you'd better hope the shot caller is feeling generous, because an HOS or hit on sight can easily become a KOS, kill on sight. Month 6. You're adjusting to prison life, and
yep. And then the unassigned, this guy, he should go auto mine in auto mine, local auto tray, local auto mine in or at Grand Exchange 1, confirm. And now we have other ships mining for me. I will set up some sales of silicone wafers. Nope. Wrong thing. I want my ship, which is a Mercury Vanguard. It has nothing. I wish to buy silicone wafers and sell them. Silicone wafers. Now I will save before I start this whole thing. Oops. Okay. How are we doing here? Are we getting close? Yeah.
not just learning to poop in front of another man. You've gotten drunk on prison alcohol, brewed by your wing's Pruno guy, the hooch expert, making money from hustle. Your cellie said it's a pretty simple process. Just take a whole load of old fruit and mix it with bread and then add extra sugar for strength. Even ketchup and candies work. You've got to leave it to ferment, usually in a watertight bag that can be acquired from the kitchen. You pour a bit of extra warm water into it every day. The key is just finding a good hiding place, ideally above the roofing tiles or even inside the walls. It only takes 5 to 7 days to brew, but the longer you leave it, the stronger it is. You can get it up to about 15%, even 30%, but the norm is about 10%. It's important to burp the bag or let the pressure out, otherwise you'll have an explosion on your hands. It wasn't the best thing
otherwise you'll have an explosion on your hands.
I've ever drunk, but at $10 a cup, it'll do. You've been so depressed that even a cheap buzz felt like relief. But
do people blow up fucking like distilleries in jail? Let's go see. Let's go see if that happens. Do inmates blow up distilleries in jail? Hooch or Pruno, though a simple fermentation process. Hooch, you got the hooch? The blowing up risk associated with prison alcohol is usually reference to the fermentation container, often a garbage or plastic bag. Expanding and bursting of the fermentation gases, carbon dioxide, are not regularly released, a process called burping the bag. The resulting product is a type of crude wine or mash, not a distilled spirit. Why not just give them alcohol at that point?
But that is
wouldn't it make it way less likely for the prisons to like have problems? Probably not.
The only escape
I mean, they give alcohol to sailors. Why wouldn't they give them to prisoners? It probably would be nice.
Inside, you name it, you can buy it here. Heroin, cocaine, Xanax, methamphetamines, spice, even LSD and ecstasy. Nothing about prison makes sense. Guys locked up for possession are doing harder drugs inside. Others who had never touched drugs get hooked here, carrying the habit back outside. And abuse doesn't come cheap. Everything here is about 5 to 10 times the cost on the outside. A corrupt, low-paid prison officer and again.
Yeah, I learned, I was like, man, I got to get somebody to put some money on my books. And that was the first thing I felt like the first week. And somebody gave me like a packet of ramen. They're like, here you go, new guy. And I was like, okay, thank you for the ramen. Because I was like starving and their shit sucked. And a lot of it was like stuff I couldn't eat, like fish. And sometimes they would do like fish meals, and I'd be like, no, I can't. I don't eat fish, you know. And so Somebody gave me ramen. I was like, how much is this ramen? And they were like $5. And I was like, really? And they were like, well, yeah. And I was like, ugh.
Gang can make some serious cash. The guys often target female staff or officers, deliberately looking for ones who have low self-esteem. You once read that some women officers admitted they liked the protection inmates gave them. It made life easier. Some, said a report, were just infatuated with the gang members. Others liked buying Percocet on the street for just $5 and getting $50 in prison. And it's more common than people think. You remember reading that in Baltimore, 75% of 650 correctional officers were women, and a witness claimed 65 to 75% of them were involved in contraband, smuggling, or relationships with
Wait, so most jail guards are women? No way.
With inmates. Just before you came into the prison, a report out of Kentucky said 30 officers had sex with inmates in only 16 months. Meanwhile, 14 others smuggled in drugs. And now you've seen it happen yourself. In prison, you'll pay around $40 for enough tobacco for a few rolled cigarettes. Weed, about $10 a gram outside of prison, is $60 inside. Meth, popular because the high lasts a long time, is about $40 a gram outside and $130 inside. Heroin, $10 a bag outside.
$10 a bag.
Right. Is $70 or more here. Just a cheap.
No, heroin, black tar heroin is like $50 to $100 for a gram, depending on who you know. They won't sell you less than 8 balls. So that's $240. I mean, that's like, you know, do the math on that motherfucker. That's $70, $80 a gram.
Cheap prescription.
Oh, heroin is $70, $80, like, you know, outside. I don't know, probably $240 in prison.
Oxone pill sells for about
I mean,
80
where do you get that money from? Like
bucks.
the books or whatever?
So a corrupt
No, they probably do sell heroin for cheap in jail, maybe.
officer can be paid thousands for one small package. And if you want a smartphone, a phone that has possibly been plugged, you might pay $6,000. Your
No,
celly
see, I would not want, I mean, where are you going to hide that either? You're going to hide it in your fucking bed or whatever? But yeah, I would like us, like, would they give you a tablet if they, like, prison would be, like, acceptable if you could even just have a tablet. I wouldn't even need an internet connection, but I would need something to do all day. That's something that should be there.
Said prisoners have used drones to fly contraband over the walls. No matter what, the business doesn't stop. If there are seizures, all it does is push the prices up, making it more lucrative for anyone involved. In other words, what you've learned is that criminals remain criminals in prison. Also, prisoners usually learn a few new tricks of the trade in what some call crime school. It's no wonder that about 3/4 of these men will be back within 5 years of their release, and you'll be here waiting. Year 1. So far, you managed to stay out of trouble. It's true what they say about prison. If you keep your head down, be polite, don't let anyone take advantage of you or breach the prison code, you might manage to finish your sentence unscathed, and so far, that's true. You've not been forced to join a gang, but it is just a fact of life in here that you don't get too close to the other races. You don't eat with them, you don't spot them in the yard while they're working out, you don't borrow things from them or help them. The code demands you stay out of other people's business. Don't even ask people what they're in for. You heard a guy got a beating just for looking into someone's cell when he walked past. It's as if the code prevents real friendships from being made. If the authorities plan to divide and rule in prison, it is working. But now the friends you had outside, those guys that said they'd stick by you, they're writing less often. Your wife writes at least once a week, and she and your kid visit once every 2 weeks. It doesn't help that visits are on weekdays, and they've put you in a prison about 170 miles from your home. You always make sure that when she visits, she leaves with a smile. You've already probably spent literally hundreds of hours going through all the men you suspect have a crush on her. Besides that, your days are pretty much all the same. Breakfast at 6:30, then you work in the kitchen till 4 p.m. Your cellie says you were lucky to get a job in a kitchen, but 30 cents an hour doesn't feel very lucky. You only get yard time 3 times a week, but there is indoor recreation every day. Dinner starts at 6 p.m., lockdown is 9 p.m., and it's lights out at 10 p.m. Nothing changes except for anger management sessions. An hour twice a week with a young therapist fresh out of school. He wants you to talk about your emotions, and he loves to mention the boomerang effect. Don't express your feelings and they'll likely explode later in a fit of fury. Sometimes violence is necessary, you think? The therapist wouldn't understand. It's not something you can learn in university. Sure, you regret your crime, but only because of the consequences. Year 5. The officers all know your name. You've seen them come and go. The weak ones get exploited, and the tyrants are hated. The good ones are firm but fair. As for you, there's a kind of respect for guys who will be in here for a long time, as long as they stay out of the business and they haven't hurt women or kids. The prison does have some educational programs, but they're not available to everyone. And for most of the young gangbangers, education is viewed as a weakness. If you're smart, you find a hustle, and by your first year you had one. You are one of the few who can write and make sense of complicated legal texts. That's made you the jailhouse lawyer. It's against prison rules, but so are all the hustles. The officers usually turn a blind eye to it as long as nothing gets out of hand. But if there's a shakedown, any sign of your hustle, and you might get some time in the special housing unit, the SHU. In there, it's a 23-hour-a-day lockdown. Your exercise is in a miserable cage. You've been there.
You can't help people try to beat their cases.
All day, all you heard were screams and shouting. In prison, it feels like about half the guys are mentally ill. You read once that 15% have a serious mental illness like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or major depression. And the crazy ones often end up in the SHU,
I would
slamming
read
their heads
so
against
much.
the
I would
wall
just
or
read every
harming
day.
themselves. Thankfully, they still.
I would read 12 hours a day. I would read how to be a lawyer. I would pass the bar, and I would fucking try to handle my own case, or at least try to fix my way out of that problem. You know, try to pass the bar in jail. That's probably what I would do. It's crazy, and it sounds like insane, but no, I've always wanted to pass the bar. If I were to do that, I'd probably do it in jail, honestly. And I'm not saying I would get myself out of the prison. I'm saying that that can only help you understanding what they're doing, file motions, and see what's possible for you as a lawyer to do to try to get you out of this experience. Maybe get them to give you parole faster or that kind of thing. I don't think it can harm you. I don't think I would use alcohol because eventually they're going to find out it's just going to make you have longer charges. I think I would make a Magic the Gathering game out of pieces of paper, and I would shuffle decks, and I would get people to play like 4 or 8 players in a big, massive thing. And you would come out at like, 10 in the morning, do your fucking exercise and stuff, and then you go to work playing the Magic the Gathering game, trying to beat like the overall year score, and whoever's got like 100,000 points at the end of the year by creature kill points, by whatever card you take is a 2-point thing. Whoever at the end gets like a pack of cigarettes or something. And so they're all playing for 1 pack of cigarettes a year because nobody has anything. But that's enough. That's enough to make them want to try. Even just 1 pack of cigarettes, or like a carton. You can say, okay, at the end of the year, I buy a carton or something, right? But in this way, you get them to come and play poker, or Magic the Gathering, or whatever. You make your own little Magic the Gathering game if you can't get Magic the Gathering cards. Yeah, and you just start creating like, I would get like I would have them send me a magazine of Wizards of the Coast, like current list of, of like, I'd have them send me a book of like all the Magic cards and stuff, and I would just recreate them with notebook paper, And then I would have people play Magic the Gathering, and I would have them do ante and stuff. But even that might get you busted in the SHU for running a gambling ring. But still, it's like I would be like, okay, we're working out in the morning, we're studying for 2 hours. This is how I entered like when I entered federal prison for 13 days. That was my initial plan, but I was also like, I think I'm going to walk out of this place. And they were like, no. I was like, yeah, they can't prove that I assaulted anybody. I had that tape. They can't prove that I assaulted anybody, I knew they didn't have anything. I was like, no. It's one of those times when it's like, no, they would have to Photoshop the tape to make the charge actually stick. I knew I was walking on that charge. I did not assault anybody, and I knew, that I could compel them to show cause, and they couldn't. So I was just like, well, no, I will beat this charge in the end, and I did. My best friend believed in me enough to dump the $3,500 to bail me out. He believed in me. I was like, I didn't commit this charge, and I will beat it, and I did. I didn't go to jail, But it sucked. It was expensive, and it was time-consuming, and it took 2 weeks of my life away. I'd like to sue Denver for that, but I mean, I'm not going to. Yeah, I'm in here just trying to leave, I guess. Yeah, and then and yeah, and that, and that's what I would do. And then so I would study every day for 4 hours from 11 until like 4, 5 hours probably. I would work out every day, try to get real swole, and try to get in the best shape of my fucking life, because that's what prison's for, to get your mind, body shape back in order again, so you don't offend again. God damn it. There we go. Yeah, and then I would be very goal oriented. I'd be like, I want to get out of here sooner. I want to become a lawyer in the meantime, so I can hang my shingle when I get out of jail, so I can just, be a drunk lawyer for the rest of my life or whatever, and be a productive member of society or whatever. But and then and I would study for 2 to 4 hours every day to try and pass the bar. And I would study law manuals, and I would read the current things that just came out, all the newspapers and everything about what was happening in the courts and the cases around me. And then I would spend probably the other 6 hours of the day paying attention to television slightly while I played like some form of self-made Magic the Gathering game. I would probably pull like 7 or 8 nerds into a circle. They'd be like, we're gonna fight each other for like 5 hours every day. Here's a Hydra for you, and I'm the maker of the game. Here's a Rod of Ruin for you, and here I'm tossing out cards. I'm gonna give 60 cards to each player today, and like help me make cards and stuff. Everybody's got to draw a tree card. You ever see Magic the Gathering trees? Okay, we're going to make tree cards. Take these crayons and make tree cards and stuff, and I'll wrap them in tape. I'll tape up the cards, and I'll spend all my money on tape, and I'll make us Magic the Gathering things. And in that way, I would stave off insanity by trying to beat other nerds at Magic the Gathering all day. And if I couldn't fight them, I would fight me. I would play 2 decks against each other all day and play like fake games. Like, let's see how this one goes. Let's see how this one goes. My main enemy my main enemy is the system, but even beyond the system, something that's far, far, far more scary to me is boredom. And so I would spend all of my time trying to figure out some way to alleviate the boredom. I would be like trying to get my friends to come visit me, to go and look on the internet for things that help keep prisoners like completely, occupied. I would learn to draw, that kind of thing. And I would pass the bar. And then I would try to start being like a paralegal, like be a paralegal through the mail or something. I don't know what I could do, but I would try to get some degree through the mail or something. And then at the end of the 4 to 8 or 12 years or whatever, I can't imagine committing a crime that would take more than 15 or 20 years of my life. I'm just not a rapist murderer type. So yeah, I'd probably be out by then. And I would better myself. That's the difference. A lot of the people, they get in there and they think they're just going to sit there the entire time. And I mean, that's not good. You will get deep vein thrombosis that way. You'll get fat. You'll get unhappy. All that toxicity and poison and anger and stuff is just going to dump into your bloodstream. And you're going to be just like gamers. You're going to be like really angry all the time. You're going to hate everybody. But no, if you're goal oriented, you're trying to get yourself up. Maybe prison can be a blessing. Maybe you finally get that degree that you never got. That kind of thing. It's like you can turn any lemon into lemonade. You absolutely can, even prison. That's the attitude I didn't see there. My thing is I'm not going to be defeated by this case, and I will not listen to anybody else's defeatism. I know that I have the videotape, and we know that this isn't a real charge, and they're going to drop it, and that's how I went at it, and that's what happened, because it was like that. If it hadn't been like that, I would have had a completely different attitude, and I would have taken friends with everybody, I would have made friends with everybody in the fucking jail. That's what I always do wherever I go, Make friends with the whole room. It's hard to do, but, Okay, so we're done with this delivery, I think. Aren't I? Yeah, I believe I am. Yeah. Did I buy armor? People are always running and screaming when they see me. Okay. Damn.
Allow you to read in the shoe, otherwise you might have gone crazy.
If it was
the prison library isn't great.
If it was a life sentence, I would spend the next 20 years, like, okay, so I spend the first 12 passing the bar, then I spend the next 10 years fucking with whoever tried to fuck me. That's the God's honest truth. And that's, but I mean, and I would try to use my intellect to try to rise out of the situation. I would probably become a dealer, and I would probably stack all that money away outside. I would find somebody willing to take the money, like my best friend or somebody. Be like, yo, take this money from me and just hold on to it and stuff. And I would try to stack that money on the outside and then pay my bail. What's stopping you from doing that? What they don't talk about with the system, with something that I'm most acutely aware about it, is it's about money. If you can shell out like $100 grand, they'll probably let you go. It's shitty. They probably won't do that for a murder charge or a rape charge. But anything less, if you just slap $100,000 bail, you can probably walk away from. And so that's what I would focus on. I'd be like, well, I've never wanted money before, but I do now because it would mean getting out of prison and stuff. So I'd probably deal drugs in prison, or should try to do it intelligently, but I would try to make that hustle that he's talking about, try to get 3 or 4 hustles going, and just try to stack $100 grand out there in some fucking thing. And then one day you just pay bail. You're like, oh, I have my call. You call up your lawyer and you say, yeah, my girlfriend, she's gonna meet up with you and she's gonna give you a check for $100,000 and you're gonna bail me out. And he's like, what? And it's like, yeah, bail me out. And he's like, dude, you're up for like a burglary charge. You have 13 years or whatever. It's like, or whatever. And it's like, yeah, just bail me out. I'll deal with the charge. And then once they bail you out, you just leave. You fucking leave. You can always get bailed out short of murder and rape. They never talk about this, but if you have money, you can do whatever you want, pretty much. It's so dumb. They do talk about it all the time. They're like, are billionaires able to commit murder freely now?
But it is a lifesaver.
Yeah, they pretty much can. Yep.
Well, it is if you're not one of the 60 to 75% of U.S. prisoners who are functionally illiterate. For lifers.
Functionally illiterate. So I guess, yeah, I could be like, yo, you got to pay me $1 a day, but I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to read this book, and I'm going to do all the voices, and I'm going to try and keep you entertained or whatever.
If you're not...
Today we're doing Breaking Bad, the script for Breaking Bad.
Constantly doing gang business, there are 3 main ways to stay sane. Regular
exercise, meditation, and reading, yeah.
Exercise, meditation.
Probably yoga. Yeah, yoga, exercise, meditation.
And reading.
And reading, yeah.
Reading is one activity.
I heard some jails give you tablets. Do jails give you tablets now? Because that's so different from how it used to be. That's not really a punishment. Do you